We're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Time is now 6:06. We are coming out of recess. Stacy, will you read the roll call, please?
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Melly Garthwaite, Council at Large, present.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Brian Locks, Council at Large, present.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan is currently absent. Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Ruby Melton, Councilwoman, 2nd District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali, 3rd District, present.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Councilman Gary Donovan, 4th District, present.
Councilman Edward McMillan is currently absent. Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan, 6th District, present.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker, 7th District, present.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Councilman Christopher Vargo, 8th District, present.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Councilwoman Katie Muller, 9th District, present.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is currently absent, but I did receive a call from him. He's going to be about an hour late. Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal, present.
Thank you very much, Stacy.
Madam Chair, before we get started, I'd like to call for a majority caucus.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We are now coming out of caucus at 6:35, and Stacy will start working through start giving us the changes with our motions, and then I will open it up to the
Point of order. Could we just recognize that Councilman McMillan is here and Councilwoman Heffernan?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you,
I
Councilman.
have it written down. Okay, ready? Okay, so we're going to start off with these proposed motions. First of all, the first one is on page 27, line item 11000010-51350, City Council, part-time elected, decrease by $8,900.
Make a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman or Chairman?
I just want to refer you to the sheet we had. It says 8954. Was that what the amount was supposed to be? Or was it 8900 even?
Oh, are my notes have 8,900? That's what, if you need it changed.
We should just note that if we're gonna give that back to Michael Gorman.
I got 3270. The mayor suggested
Chris, whose notes say 8,950?
The
100.
Mr. Gormany's page says 8954.
Yeah, it looks like it's an error on that sheet, so we can keep going. With
With
the
8,900?
Yeah.
8,900.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilman Vargo, a second by Donovan.
Any other discussion? Councilwoman Callahan? Oh, I'm sorry, my mic was off. Councilwoman Callahan.
That's all right. Thank you, Chairwoman. I just feel that we should leave it, but that's just my personal feeling in this budget because it's the mayor recommended. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite?
I agree with this cut. This isn't the time, especially during a reval, and I'm going to support it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
No.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
No.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Point of order. The question is whether or not we agree to reduce it.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Steve Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
We have the 9.
Motion carries. All right, Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
Page 27, line item 11000010-52250, City Council advertising, increase by $1,000.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Varga?
The rationale is that we are trending over this line item for this budget, and I have asked the mayor's office if she plans on continuing at the pace that she's at for public notices for ordinances and public hearings, and she says she is. So I just think we need to true it up to what we're doing.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone, absent. Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes, please.
And we have our 9 needed.
Motion is approved. Stacy's going to now read out the next one.
Page 104, line item 1900990-560000, contingency expense, HR, it looks like payroll outsourcing, decrease by 169,600. And on page 31, line item 11070010-522510, Operations Department, Maintenance Service Agreement, IT, increase by 169,600. Sure. From the start. I'm sorry. Starting on page 104, line item 1900990-56000, contingency expenses, HR payroll outsourcing, decreasing that by 169.6. And then on page 31, line item 11070010-522510, Operations Department, Maintenance Service Agreements, IT. 522510. Oh, there's too many twos?
52510. Can somebody verify, please?
Yes, that is correct.
Too many twos.
Yes.
Sorry about that. They were increasing that by 169.6.
Motion?
Any discussion?
Reasoning. Sorry.
Councilwoman.
Can I get the reasoning?
Councilman Fargo.
This was part of the mayor's proposed adjustment package that I believe, if we can ask Mr. Spryer, but I think Mr. Spryer that this was just moving it from one line item to another.
Yeah, this is just part of the consolidation of all of our maintenance agreements that we're doing. So this was just moved into operations. It's a net negative. I mean, it's a net neutral on expenses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Garthwaite?
I forgot about that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other discussion? All right, Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Thank you, Stacy. Stacy is now going to read out the next motion.
Page 33, line item 1110010-52495, Corporation Counsel, Ethics Board expense, decreasing it by $5,000. And also on page 33, line item to be determined, in Corporation Counsel, Fair Rent Commission expense, increasing by $5,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Vargo.
Reason for this is the Board of Ethics, we felt last year needed a line item for outside professionals, including legal assistants. They probably don't need the whole $10,000, but I believe that the Fair Rent Commission does. They conduct similar investigations, and they may need outside professionals or contractors. So I spoke with Attorney Dorsey, and he felt it was appropriate to split that $10,000 amongst the two areas.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarelli.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
We have enough for.
Motion passes. Stacy's now going to read out the next motion.
No, I'm okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Page 33. Line item 111-000-52490, Corporation Council, tax foreclosure expense, decrease by $20,000. And also on page 33, line item 111-00010-52480, Corporation Council, other professional services, increased by $20,000.
Motion.
Any discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarelli.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
That motion is approved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Motion passes. Stacy's now going to read out the next motion.
Okay. Page 41. Line item 113-00010-5100. Registrar of Voters, regular wages, decrease by $63,240. And on page 41, line item 113-00010-5100. I think I had too many zeros in the first one. Regular wages, assistant registrar times 2, increase by $63,240.
Motion. Yeah, motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Vargo?
The rationale behind this is that our charter has a position called assistant registrar, which we were told during our budget deliberations that the administrative assistant, the 2 administrative assistants fill that role. So we're just making the budget reflect what that position actually is. So the decrease is to eliminate the administrative assistant positions and then create 2 positions of assistant registrar.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Donovan?
Yeah, just to clarify on that, so we're going to eliminate, according to the budget, administrative assistant and the office manager they wanted, right?
Yes.
Because office
And then
manager
create 2 positions
Correct,
of
2
assistant
assistant,
registrar.
registrars, right?
Excuse me, just a quick point. You changed 51,000 minus 63,240, and then added 63,240 back to 51,000. You'd have to create a new line item. If you're gonna regular wages 51,000 is multi-departmental, so
So
you took it out and just put it right back in
Right, because we didn't know how to do it in a motion
to change the name of
to
the.
change the name. So we decreased it and then increased it by the exact same amount and clarified what the reason for
Okay,
it. We
that's
thought
fine.
that was clean.
That's fine.
Is that
Just-
okay?
Yeah, we'll just change it in the person.
Yeah.
Line.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Any
And
other discussion?
I just want to, it's probably not on Gormany's sheet because there's actually no financial change.
Yeah,
It's
I noted it on the I noted on there for you later.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
No.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
We have the none.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
On page page 46, line item 119-00013-52440.
That's correct.
Is that correct? P&Z Building Department, Engineering Services, increase by $900.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Garthwaite.
Can I have the reasoning?
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Councilman Vargo.
Thank you.
I apologize.
When Mr. Adams was here to discuss, he says that there are times that he needs engineering services, and right now, if we put a 0, then he has nothing for that, and it's an incredibly small amount.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan, Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Steve Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
Okay, on page 46, line item 119-00013-52590, P&Z Building Department, demolition of buildings, we're decreasing by $3,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote. Yes.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan, Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
Page 46, line item 1900013-52520, P&Z Building Department, office equipment repairs, increasing by $500.
Motion.
I'll second, but the prefix is 119.
Oh, I'm sorry, what did I say?
19.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have 119
Okay.
on my page.
We have a second?
I'm the second.
Okay. Any discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
Page 46. Line item 1190013-52425, P&Z Building Department, Archiving Services, increasing by $3,300.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Garthwaite.
Can I have the reasoning, please?
Councilman Vargo.
Mr. Adams gave us the monthly amount, and if you multiply it by 12, you get his number.
Thank you. Is that? You're welcome. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
No.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
No.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
On page 53, line item 1210020-52250, Purchasing Department, Advertising, increase by $2,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Discussion? No? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
No.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read.
May I have a point of order? Is that, can I ask?
Yeah, of course.
Does this mean we're done with the building maintenance? Because there was one that I had on there. Or we come back to
We
it?
can come back to that after,
Oh, okay. Thank you.
when I open the floor.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, Stacy's going to read out the roll call. I'm sorry. I said motion passes, right? You're going over the next one.
Yep.
Okay. Losing my train of thought.
Next, we're jumping to page 56. Line item 1220023-52670, Central Services, copier rental, increasing by $30,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Heffernan.
I'm sorry I missed the part of the deliberations you discussed this. I was not in the country. I apologize. Could you tell me why? Christopher Fargo?
Councilman Vargo.
Actually, this was part of the mayor's recommended adjustments. Mr. Sparrow, do you have? If that's okay. Sorry.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Sorry. Yeah, so some of our older copiers have come off of their at their end of life. Rather than pay to go on a service plan to repair them, which they're constantly under repair, we've just brought new machines in that we're just financing now. So this is just to add to the financing of new machines.
So it'll
Thank
be
you.
You're welcome.
100,000 instead of 70, correct?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Just checking my math.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
We will be on page 57. Line item 125-03100-52110, Central Utility Services, Electric Police, decreasing by $25,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote. Do you have a question?
No, I was just going to say that our rationale is that this is supported by the 3-year average and what we're trending for this year.
Thank you so much, Councilman. Any other discussion? All right, Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read the next motion.
Next one is on page 57. Line item 125-04700-52160, Central Utility Services, Street Lighting, Public Works, decrease by $150,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Vargo.
Same rationale. It's supported by the 3-year average and what we're trending for this year.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
We will be on page 67. Line item 131-00031-53260, Police Department Support, Travel-Related Expenses, decrease by $1,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Garthwaite, do you have a question? All right. Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
What?
Yes, this
It was
is
the
point of
number.
clarification, 'cause this-
52350 or 60?
Um,
5-3.
60 532.
It's not, it's
Traffic
traffic-related
related.
supplies.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
did-
did. Yeah, just point of order.
Traffic related expenses?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Related
Can't read my
supplies.
own.
No, related supplies.
Oh.
Traffic related.
Traffic related supplies.
Why did I write down expenses?
Thanks, Rick.
Okay. Okay. I had the right number, just the wrong words.
I appreciate that.
Sorry.
Thank you, Ricky.
All right, thank you. It's still the decrease by 1,000,
Yep.
right?
Absolutely.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
Page 69, line item 132-02010-53485, animal control, dog food, increased by $1,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
Page 77. Line item 144044072-51000, vehicle maintenance, regular wages, welder.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Is that
That's
too many
not-
zeros?
That's not page 67.
77.
You said 77.
I said 77.
I heard 67. I'm sorry.
Can you read it? Can you start again? 'Cause I
Sure.
think
Page 77, 14404-072-51000.
called.
Vehicle maintenance,
That's where it's wrong.
That's what
No, the top is the category.
Oh, okay.
And that's
vehicle,
just-
vehicle maintenance,
Thank you.
it's regular wages
Gotcha.
under the welder, the welder was a mistake. And we're increasing by $4,300. It was an error, I think, in the,
Correct. Yes. Motion.
Any discussion?
who seconded that?
Stacy's going to read
Madam
out the...
Chair, this is just to clarify. This is correcting an error in the budget. This is just making it what
Yes.
it actually is.
Absolutely. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
Page 69. Sorry, we went backwards. My papers must have went out of order. Line item 132-02010-5100.
Yes.
I must have forgot one on here. Animal control, regular wages, new position, increase by $59,911.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Vargo.
This, and there's going to be a correlating increase to one of the insurance items. This is to add a full-time humane officer to animal control.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion?
You know, you want me to make that in the same?
I would prefer if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll do it in the same. So I'm going to reread it
Okay.
with the second part of this in. So we're going to reread page 69, line item 132-02010-51000, animal control, regular wages, new position, increase by $59,911. And we are also on page 101, line item 181-09982-54110, employee benefits, health insurance partnership, increase by $20,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Garthwaite.
I hate for us to spend the money, but we really do need this, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion?
Chairwoman?
Councilman Donovan.
Yeah, as much as I know we need it, I just don't think we should be putting it in this budget, so I'm not going to support this year. So.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
No.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
C. That's yes in Spanish.
I know. Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Steve Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
This one will also be a two-part decrease and increase. Page 87. Line item 1500010-52252. Human Resources, Marketing, Social Media, decreased by $2,000. And on page 89, line item 151-00010-53490, Elderly Services, Other Operating Supplies, increased by $2,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Garthwaite.
Can I please have the reasoning?
Ruby?
Councilwoman Melton. She wants the reason.
Yeah, we're increasing elderly services. There's a need, and this is a way for us to support our elderly.
You're welcome. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Steve Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read the next motion.
Page 91, line item 154-00010-56990, Youth and Family Services, at-risk youth, increase by $2,000.
Motion. Second.
Any discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
We.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes, please.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read the next motion.
I'm gonna need more of these, maybe. No, I think I'm not. Okay. All right. That's one. Page 100. Line item 1800991-54210, city insurance, physical auto damage, decrease by $200,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
No.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Steve Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read the next motion.
Page 99. Line item 1600160, library operations, increase by $10,000.
Motion.
Any discussion? Councilman Vargo?
I believe the rationale for this is because we were told that the library pays to have the driveways plowed and the trash picked up at a net cost of approximately $10,000. In speaking with the mayor, she has committed that the city will take care of those items.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion?
So.
Councilwoman Heffernan?
I apologize. I'm sorry. Does that mean that the 10,000 is not necessary?
I personally believe that 10,000 is not necessary, so I will be voting no because if the city's going to take on those obligations.
Councilwoman Melton?
Well, actually, I would say that the library is still in need of the 10,000 because they are experiencing draconian cuts through cuts to the library system throughout the state. It's such an important and vital institution. It's a beacon for our library system is very important to support, and $10,000 is offset. And one of the reasons why I thought it was, in my opinion, not a big ask to add 10,000, is that this decrease of 200,000 that we just voted on for physical auto damage is sufficiently there to cover that $10,000 increase. So I would urge everyone to support our library.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Donovan.
Yeah, in lieu of the information here, I will not be supporting this, even though I do support the library, but I will not be supporting this 10,000.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Councilwoman Muller?
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Donovan. I didn't realize that. I thought that this was going to cover the snow removal, and their needs. So I wouldn't be supporting it if that's the case. But otherwise I would.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions? Discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
No.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
No.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
No.
Councilman Steve Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
7. Not enough.
Motion does not pass. Stacy's going to read out the next motion.
Page 101. 1810982-54130. Employee benefits. FICA City share decrease by $45,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman
Can we have a
Callahan.
reasoning again for that, to refresh my memory, please? The decrease?
Chairwoman, I believe
Councilman
that
Donovan.
this is the mayor's recommendation.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Steve Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read the next motion.
Page 101, line item 1810983-54190, state mandated benefits, workers' compensation premium, decreased by $150,000.
Motion. Second.
Any discussion?
Who had that first?
Nick.
Pascal?
Any discussion? And this was to add the nursing director, correct?
No.
No, this is a decrease.
Oh, this is the decrease.
This
Okay.
was the mayor's recommendation.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Steve Johnstone is absent, Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read the next motion.
So this does not have a page number and it does not have a line item, but it is to decrease the Board of Education budget by 200,000. Page 104.
The Board of Ed is not 104. On the bottom. Is it? Right here.
We have a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Muller.
So I think that I'm certainly not in favor of it. Decreasing their budget by $200,000 is going to, yeah, it will affect the teachers and the staff, and I think that, you know, with cuts that would have to be made, I'm sure that teachers and other staff members can find jobs in other areas near West Haven. But what would really hurt, it's going to really hurt the students. I don't think that people realize what an influx of children we're getting from other countries, and they don't speak the language, and they really are counting on English language tutors. You know, though I'm sure those departments will be affected by this cut, and it's a shame. How are they going to learn? I think I'm not in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion? Councilman Donovan.
Yes, as respect to your opinion, absolutely. But with their budget and what they have, this 200,000 is not going to affect any of that, in my opinion. It's not going to affect the teachers. It's not going to affect the students. So, that's the reason why I'm in favor of just 200,000. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilwoman Garthwaite.
I mean, their budget is huge. I don't understand why $200,000 is being taken out. It's such a tiny little bit. But is there anyone that can tell me the reasoning behind it? Other than just want to take $200,000 out?
Councilman Donovan.
Yeah, I'm okay with, personally, is okay with the 200. I know it was suggested, passed around, 500, maybe even more. But I'm not comfortable with the 500. Me personally, I'm okay with the 200. I don't think it's going to really hurt them at all, or a little. So that's why I was okay with the 200.
Councilwoman Heffernan.
And I was told that the state legislature, I know everyone's afraid, and it's reasonably afraid, not an unwarranted reaction because of federal insecurities, but the state legislature has guaranteed $500,000 to our district for the special education distribution that they provided this year, same for next year. I feel comfortable, I mean, I know 200,000 sounds a lot, but if, we are already giving, another $1.8 million, I think we could go down, because the next year we are mandated to continue providing the same amount. And I mean, every year, could be different. I don't know about influxes, and I was on the Board of Ed, so at one point I did know about the number of English language learners and the number of languages spoken in the schools. I don't know that right off the top of my head. But I think that if we were to cut them the $500,000, we could put $100,000, $200,000 in the contingency fund, and if they needed it, we would have it. But we wouldn't have to budget it again the following year, the exact same dollar amount. I find that to be very concerning. I was concerned last year, and I thought that the COVID money that was spent on extra janitors, I know I'm beating a dead horse, I apologize, but I really felt that that money could be better spent somewhere else. And now we are mandated that $500,000 that probably didn't go to janitors. I don't know where it went. But we are mandated this year to continually to fund at that same level, and that really does bother me. And especially, when we're talking about a year where people taxes can go up 20%, I find that to be a hardship for a lot of people. That, if you're spending $10,000 on, taxes and they go up 20%, that's $2,000. That's kind of a nut. I mean, I would feel badly if someone had to sell their home. I don't want to, people, and they're very flippant. Oh, just, if you can't afford it, leave. I'm like, well, I don't want to leave. I mean, I don't want my neighbors to leave. I like my neighbors. So, that being said, I would really like to change it since I've heard, and I can trust the legislator that told me. So, I mean, he better be telling me the truth. So I really feel that 200 isn't enough. I really feel that 500,000 or 400,000 even would be acceptable. And I would really like to change it to 400,000 if there would be any way that people could support it. I would really think that I believe with. I don't want to cut services, and I don't want children to have a secondary experience in education. I think we do have very good teachers, and we have very good paras, and if it were up to me, I'd pay them more. But I don't want to cause someone to have to leave our town because they can't afford the taxes because we're not being frugal or conservative or whatever with their money. So thank you for listening, and I apologize for being long-winded.
Did you have any other comments?
No, I don't.
All right. Any other questions, or Councilwoman Callahan?
I know it's a tough subject, and I agree with everybody's point of view. There's no doubt about it. There's no easy way around this. I don't think, and myself included, since I've become on board as a council person, that once we have budgeted for the Board of Ed, we can never go backwards. So I learned that myself. I don't know if the public knows that. So once we set precedent, you can't go backwards. You can't say, oh, okay, this year, it's a little less. So I do agree 100% with what you're saying. It's a tough nut. We don't know exactly where everything falls, and there's a lot of moving parts in the Board of Ed. And we certainly, our children, always, and families come first, and it's a tough tax year. So I just wanted to put out there that everyone should be aware of how much we do support the Board of Ed, and that once we support that line item, we can never go backwards in the item. And also, I don't have exact numbers, but I believe our budget, almost half is Board of Ed. If I'm mistaken, someone correct me. But I think that the public needs to know, as I've learned going through this process, which is very educational. So I believe people should come to public sessions to learn, but I don't think a lot of West Haven residents realize that, now that I was just corrected, more than half of our budget goes to the Board of Ed. And we have a lot of other departments in the city. So we really, we've got to spread this all evenly and really be cautious. And that's why it's so time consuming, and we go line by line by line. So I just wanted to put it out there because I know a lot of people don't know that. So that being said, I thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Vargo?
I've been struggling with this since we started talking about it. I have a child in the school system. He's going to high school next year. I want the absolute best for him and all of our kids, but just like with every department, as Councilwoman Callahan said, we go literally line by line to find whatever savings we can. This doesn't foreclose out the opportunity that if the Board of Ed is stuck as we get further into FY26, that the city could do something to help them out with contingency funds that we have. That's the point of them. It's a very tough decision, but as I said to the Board of Ed when they were presenting, our job is to balance their needs just like every other department in this city, and we have to make sure that our dollars go as far as they can. So even though I struggle with this, am going to support the 200. I will not support any more.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Councilman Heffernan?
Sorry. Thank you, though. And so our budget, as you see, is a large portion is from the Board of Ed. If we did not receive educational cost sharing, that would be double. Our portion of that would, whatever our budget was going to have now, would be double what we spend.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion?
I just,
Councilman Tucker? That's okay.
I just don't want it to be lost that, you know, there was an opportunity to have the funds for the nurses used that wasn't used, right? So you had vacancies for positions that were unfilled in several of them. And so where are those funds, and why wouldn't they be able to be absorbed back into their operational budget? And so, you know, for that reason, I support the cut. And I do agree that it could be more, but I will stick with the 200,000.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion? Councilwoman Garthwaite?
I'm going to support the 200,000 based on what Councilwoman Heffernan said. I would probably have supported more based on also what you have said, but the motion is only 200,000, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other discussion? Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
No.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
No.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
No.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone is absent, and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy's going to read the next motion. I just want to make it known that Councilman Johnstone is now present.
Need a minute? You sure? Yep. All right. We are on it is a new line item, and it falls under the capital plan. It will be added to the capital plan for digitization for engineering department.
Page number, please. Page number? Oh, we don't have a page.
I believe it's 123.
Nope. Point of order. It is page 133. 133, and
you.
there's going to be a change to that.
Oh, okay. What is it?
Councilman Vargo?
It's going to be 100 in FY26, 100 in FY27.
Okay.
Thank you,
I'll
Madam
read
Chair.
it that way. I'll start over. It's in the pages 133.
133, city operations digitization. No, I'm sorry.
It's a capital
line,
plan. Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so starting over. Page 133, it will be a new line item or a new notation under capital plan, specifically for digitization for engineering. There will be an increase of $100,000 for fiscal year 26 and $100,000 increase for fiscal year 27.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Vargo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose is that the engineering department is essentially a one-man show with Abdul. A lot of legacy knowledge on paper in that office and also in his mind. I see that other departments are prioritizing the digitization of their records, and I think that we need to aggressively target that department. So I'm asking for a $200,000 total budget. That's a ballpark that I received from the finance office, and in speaking with some other folks in City Hall, that we're never going to be able to spend that in 1 year. So spread it over 2 years for bonding, and that would be more appropriate.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Stacy will now read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite?
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali?
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan?
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker?
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller?
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone?
Yes.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal?
Motion passes. Stacy will now read the next motion.
It's all good. Okay. I also don't have a page number on this, but it's line item 101-24041-41101, motor vehicle supplement. It's on the revenue side.
Point of order, it's on page 8.
Okay, thank you. Page
Point of
8.
information, sorry.
Page 8, line item 101-24041-41101, motor vehicle supplement, increase of $50,000.
Motion.
Any discussion? Stacy will now read out the roll call vote.
Can I ask who the second was? I thought so. Heffernan. Yep.
Madam Chair, before, is it too late for a quick reason?
Go ahead.
The reason why, this is the mayor's recommendation, correct? Just want the public to know that that's the reason. why.
Yes, I appreciate
Mayor.
that. Yep,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite?
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali?
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan?
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker?
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller?
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone?
Yes.
Chairman Ms. Nicholas Pascal?
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy will now read the next motion.
I'm guessing this is also page 8. Line item 101-24041-41200, tax levy prior years, increase of $30,000 on the revenue side.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Donovan?
Just to let everybody know, this is the mayor's recommendation as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Any other discussion? Stacy will now read the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite?
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali?
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan?
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker?
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller?
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone?
Yes.
And Chairman Nicholas Pascal?
Yes.
Motion passes.
No.
Stacy will now read the next motion.
page 8, line item 101-24041-41300, tax levy suspense, increase $50,000.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Varga?
I want to beat Councilman Donovan to the
Councilman
point.
Donovan. You want to go first?
Oh, it's, again, the mayor's recommendation.
Appreciate that.
Well done.
Any other discussion? Stacy will now read the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy will now read. Sure. Yeah. Oh, you mean for the?
Oh, read them all together?
Yeah,
fine
that's
with me.
awesome. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion on page 8. License and permits 10119042, 42210. Building permits increase $100,000. Page 8. 10119042, 42220. Electrical permits increase $25,000. Page 8. 10119042.
Hold on. I have a different number in the electrical permits.
What was? What was your-
25,000 for electrical.
Why do I have 400,000? Why do I have 400,000?
It's going up to 400,000.
Oh,
It's an
well, hope that didn't,
It's 25,000.
Yeah, yeah.
okay,
Sorry.
No, should I continue?
sorry.
And third, page 8. 10119042, 42240. Plumbing and heating permits increase $75,000. Like to make that motion. This is all based on the mayor's recommendations.
I appreciate that.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Garthwaite.
I'm going to support these. I kind of feel like the plumbing and heating permits could go up a little bit more. You said only 25,000, correct, Councilman?
Yes.
And the electrical was what?
The electrical was 25,000.
No, the
That's it?
plumbing is 75. Plumbing is 75. The electrical is 25.
For the building?
Building's 100.
Building permits is 100. Electrical permits is 25. And plumbing and heating is 75.
Okay. Any other discussion? Stacy will now read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Can I?
Of course.
I can't keep track of the ones we did. 'Cause I have a lot of them. Okay.
Stop. Oh my gosh.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah.
Just give me.
Take your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. Is this not helpful? No. Okay.
But that was a good stretch, though.
Those are all page 9? Yep. Yep.
Councilman Varga?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion on page 9. Use of money and property. Account 101-200-44-44-100. Investment income. Increase 200,000. Page 9. Charges, current services. Account 101-12546-46940. Record legal instrument fees. Increase $200,000. Page 9, charges, current services, account 101-200-46-46956, miscellaneous park and recreation, increase $75,000. I'd like to make that motion based on the mayor's recommendations.
Second.
Any discussion? Stacy will now read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan, Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes.
There's one left. Want me to do the last one?
Councilman Varga?
Want me to do it?
Or do you want to do it?
I'm fine doing it.
Go ahead.
Are you good?
No, you go right ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like page 10, other revenues. Account number 101-200-47-47200, sale of property, increase by $200 based on the mayor's recommendations. I'd like to make that motion.
200,000.
Yeah, 200,000.
You said $200.
200,000.
$20. I have a motion.
200 times 1,000.
Is that Vargo's motion?
Yes, it is.
I have a second. That's done. Any discussion?
Account 101-200-47-47200, sale of property increased by $200,000.
Any more discussion? Stacy will now read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Sure, why not?
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That is all the ones that I have.
Okay. All right, so we are finished with those motions, and I will now open the floor to the council to make any other motions.
Madam Chair, may I suggest we take a short break?
100%.
I need a regroup.
I am in favor.
15-minute?
15?
Sure.
15.
Recess 15 minutes.
Hungry.
All right, we are coming out of recess. The time is now 8:22, and Stacy's going to continue reading the motions.
All right. So I don't have the page numbers on these particular accounts. However, I could tell you the department first. The mayor's department, line item 1100010-52330, training and education. We will be decreasing that by $300. In the personnel department, line item 111-50010-52330, training and education. In the personnel department, decrease by $5,000. In the tax assessment office, line item 123-00010-52330, training and education in the assessment office, decrease by $4,275. In the tax collector office, line item 124-00010-52330, training and education, tax collector's office, decrease of $700. And in increase, line item, which will be a new line item, I believe, 1107010-52330, training and education under the city operations department, and the increase will be $10,275.
I have a motion?
Motion.
Oh, so who made the motion?
Kathy.
Okay.
Second.
Motion.
Thank you. So the purpose of this was to consolidate all of them into one account and have it overseen by the operations department. Any other discussion? All right, Stacy, will you read out the roll call vote?
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
C.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Yes.
And Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Stacy will read the next motion.
The next one is a similar concept. I'll read the line items minus the page numbers. They're all conventions and dues in various departments. Line item 1105010-52310, conventions and dues, mayor, decrease by $500. Line item 111-00010-52310, conventions and dues, corporation council, decrease by $1,000. Line item 111-50010-52310, conventions and dues, personnel department, decrease by $500. Line item 119-00010-52310, conventions and dues, planning and development, decrease by $7,000. Line item 119-00013-52310, conventions and dues, building department, decrease by $3,000. Line item 121-00010-52310, conventions and dues in the comptroller's department, decrease by $2,200. Line item 123-00010-52310, conventions and dues in the assessment department, decrease by $600. Line item 124-00010-52310, conventions and dues in the tax collector's department, decrease by $1,050. Line item 140-00010-52310, conventions and dues in the public works administrative department, decrease by $1,000. line item 141000010-52310 conventions and dues in the engineering department, decreased by $2,500. Line item 151000010-52310 conventions and dues elderly services, decreased by $500. 152 line item 15202-050-52310 conventions and dues recreational services, decreased by $2,700. And line item 1530010-52310 conventions and dues health department, decrease by $1,500 for a total decrease of $24,050. And increase new line item 11070010-52310 conventions and dues falling under the city operations department, totaling $20,000.
Have a motion?
Wait. Is it a total of 24,050?
Well, we were gonna decrease it by 20,000. By 5,000, or the difference between.
Councilman Donovan,
Because-
do you have a question?
Yeah, I didn't know came about. I didn't hear anything about it. That's why I was confused. Sorry.
Yes.
First of all, we need a motion and then a second and then
All
a
right,
discussion.
Motion.
Second.
All right, so the purpose of this was to take all of the accounts in the various departments that had training and education and convention dues and all those things, and combine them together in one cost center where they can have better oversight and management under the new department that's being set up, which is the COO. And so with that, we should be able to realize some economies of scale and savings. So taking away roughly $5,000, it's a little under $5,000, was the plan for that. And obviously, there's funds in the contingency, and if there needed to be added something back, there's the ability to do that, right? So that's the rationale.
Yeah, the first part. The second part, I didn't know because we didn't vote on that to reduce it by 5,000.
Well, we talked about it, but we didn't vote on it. You're right.
That's what confused me. That's
Okay. Yep.
Not saying yes or no. I'm just saying.
No.
I just got confused.
You're right. You're right.
Thank you.
Chairman Pascal?
So the reduction is 4,050.
Right.
Okay.
So the total is 20,000 that goes into that
Right.
line item.
Councilman Callahan?
So again, is this where I asked, because I know we're putting it into one fund.
Right.
Understood, and dropping it by about 4,000. But the building, like one of them out of all the ones we listed, we dropped it by 3,000, and that was the one that it's going to really hurt them, even though now it's going in a general fund. So is this now where, so it's all going into one pot. So I guess it doesn't really, not that it doesn't matter, but it's all going to get pulled where needed. And then again, so my original thought was, because, we had talked to the building maintenance that they really needed that extra 3 for their education and licensing, but now that doesn't really need to come out to a motion because it's going to be in one fund. So I'm just trying to understand it correctly.
Correct.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Garthwaite?
Clarification, it's reduced by 4,000 total, right?
Correct.
Okay. thank you.
4,500.
It's 4,050.
4,050. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
No problem. Any other discussion?
Are we voting? I want to know what I'm voting on. Are we voting on that motion that we're reducing it 4,050 first?
No.
We have to. How can we just randomly do that without a vote?
We didn't vote yet.
I'm saying. That's why I'm asking this now. We should vote on, just to be correct, I believe.
I'm going to defer to Mike Gormany.
Yeah.
Mike or, whichever one.
Thank you.
Or the lawyers.
Or Paul. I don't think he knows. He probably might.
I think what has to happen is you had a motion and you had a second, right?
Yeah.
So then what I think has to happen is Councilwoman Callahan has to ask for a friendly amendment to amend the original motion to reduce it by $4,050. Well, no, the original motion, I believe, is to take the $24,050 from the department you read and move it to the operations department.
No. Nope. The,
No?
the original motion, the actual motion that's on the floor is to decrease all these different line items by their
Correct.
individual line amounts for a grand total of $24,050, and then to increase. So those all are now decreased.
Correct.
And then to increase the city operations department only by $20,000.
Okay, that's
Point
fine.
of,
That's fine.
That's fine, right?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it was clear.
Yeah. Can you just come up to the podium?
Yeah.
Sorry.
That motion is fine, but if there's going to be a discussion about the particulars of the motion, then you could, and you, like you raised your concern about that. You don't have to vote on decreasing it. You can, that motion is fine.
Right.
If you decide or there's not the votes for it and that the money shouldn't be decreased, then the motion would be rescinded and then it would be, excuse me, another amended motion.
Right.
That you would vote on.
Madam Chair, my only concern was that as long as it's done legally the right
Yeah.
way.
Yes,
So,
of course.
so that was my only,
Yeah, no, the motion's fine.
okay.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, I stand on my second.
Stand on your second. Okay, good.
I'm about to stand on my head. Just kidding.
Anything else? All right, Stacy will read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Yes.
And Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That is all I have,
All right.
Mrs. Chairman.
So that concludes those motions. I will now open the floor up to the council to come up with any motions they may have. Councilman Heffernan. Okay.
I would like to make a motion to decrease line item 195.
She has it in writing.
Oh, start the page first. Page 120.
Hold on, Annie, but Annie. And do you have it on, did you write it down on your paper?
I did.
Oh, good.
Was I not supposed to?
And you're gonna
Yes.
you're gonna switch it over to me when you when.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good.
I wrote down 2 on this one paper because I only had one. So,
That's okay.
all right. I would like to make a motion to decrease line item 195-00010-56175 by $20,000.
Second.
What page?
On page 120.
120.
Oh.
Yes.
20,000. You said
Yes, I had a second.
you said increase or decrease?
Decrease.
Decrease. Thank you.
Can I say ask who did the first and second?
I made the motion.
Oh, Heffernan. Who did the second?
120.
Who did the second? Is there a second?
I seconded.
Any discussion? Councilman Donovan? Mike, do you mind coming to the podium?
Gary.
Your mic.
Sorry. Thank you. So we want to reduce that OPEB trust. Is that the direction we, I know that's not the direction the MARB wants. I get that. But is that,
That's I mean, it's not recommended that we, reduce OPEB. I mean, we're trying to get up to a funded amount in both the city and the AFD side when it comes to the retiree medical. So, best practice is always to fund based on what the ADEC.
Yeah, 'cause we just started this OPEB trust not too long ago, so
Correct.
I was just curious. All right, with that, I'm probably not in favor of it, but thank you.
You're
I'm all
welcome.
set.
Any other discussion?
Can I just ask for context and why you're making the
Why I'm
recommendation?
requesting it? Well, I know we did pay a lot of money to the actuarial math people to determine the amount. I just feel that the amounts that they have given are too high. I know that Allentown was 250,000, and I thought an easy 10%, 20 would be 25, but I thought go lower than 10% and take 20,000 off to save the burden on the taxpayer. And because it's not definitive. I mean, this is the recommendation. I think we should go close to the recommendation, but I feel right now, in this year, we should be frugal and be conservative. And I think that, $20,000 is a reasonable amount to go down by, and I don't feel that it would be, I don't feel like, I'm not saying don't fund it at all, but I think $20,000 is, I know it's a drop in the bucket. I realize that. But I think if we start with small increments and try to reduce in ways that it really won't have a huge impact, I think we should try.
Councilwoman Melton?
I'd like to echo what Councilwoman Heffernan said. I will probably be making a similar motion. And my thinking is exactly along the same lines. I think we can definitely absorb these small increments and help with creating some savings for our taxpayers at the same time. We've taken a very aggressive approach with these OPEB, the way we've been funding OPEB, and as I understand it, liabilities down the road are going to dip, and so we will be able to absorb these very, very small increments that we're asking for in comparison to what the total amount is that we're funding. And I just wanted to support what Councilwoman Heffernan has said.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion? Councilman Fargo?
Thank you. Mike, I have to admit, I understand what OPEB is, but I don't completely grasp what the OPEB trust is. And am I correct that we have an OPEB obligation, and this is trying to build up a bit of a war chest to pay that down, or is this an anticipation of future obligations that we haven't really incurred yet, but we're just trying to build up a reserve?
So it's a combination of both.
Okay.
In short, an OPEB trust can generally be used to pay for retiree medical, which we pay on a pay-as-we-go basis right now because we don't have an OPEB trust set up. Or not that we don't have. We have the OPEB trust is only a couple of years old. So down the line, having an OPEB trust with money invested that can only be used for retiree medical will help us in the future. But again, because it's so new, we really need to spend the time to build it up, invest it so we can use that investment to pay for retiree medical. And again, when it can also help us with our liabilities down the road on OPEB as well.
So we're paying the current liability, right?
We're paying the current ADEC right now, which is what they use to determine how much we need to put in the trust, based on a bunch of different factors that I discussed prior.
And then so if we fund this trust, those monies are invested.
Yes, those monies go into a trust, and again, the trust can only be used for retiree medical. So if we're running some type of shortfall, we cannot go into that trust, pull it out, and then put the money back in later. Once it's in the OPEB trust, it has to be used for that specific purpose per the IRS and other accounting guidelines.
Unlike just funding the ADEC, right?
Well, the ADEC is what we use to fund the trust,
Okay.
so that's done based by our actuarials element. So they recommend based on the market conditions, our union contracts, different standards that they look at.
And these funds are invested, so we'll be earning interest on them?
Yes, again, right now the trust is very, very young, so I believe it's been the last 2 years. 1.5, almost 2 years that the OPEB trust has been established, and we put money in the last 2 years into that trust.
How aggressive? So I see that last year we invested 117,500. This year's budget is 100. Whereas we're being asked to put in 250. How aggressive is this approach?
I mean, I think it's kind of on that borderline of aggressive and a standard, in a standard plan, that you would see with actuarials. Again, we've been kind of behind the 8 ball too on establishing a trust as well, which is becoming more and more common from an accounting standpoint. That's what cities and towns are looking at from a liability standpoint as well. So while it does seem like an aggressive approach, we're also playing catch up as well and just now establishing these trusts.
So and then what is exactly is our risk if we don't do this?
So I mean, credit rating agencies, other places, when we go out to borrow money, they look at our liabilities, they look at our audit, they see that if we're funding the ADEC. As you know, we're also part of MARB, so they also look at this as well as part of the budget process as well. And again, one other thing you have to think about is, yes, even if you don't fund all of the recommendation at some point, your liabilities are just compounding. So you're going to have to catch up at some point with whatever you're reducing, next year or the year after or in any years.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Councilwoman Tucker, and then Councilwoman
Right. Thank
Yeah,
you.
go ahead. No problem. Sorry.
What does ADEC stand for again?
Actuarial Determined Employer Contribution, I believe.
Okay. So it's our contribution.
It's our
to the
contribution
debt.
to the fund.
Okay.
Correct.
And so, what is the expectation of us as it relates to this from the MARB? I get it. And we're trying to get out of the MARB.
Yep.
And so, what impact or what will this look like?
So the MARB has been very favorable the last year or so when it's come to OPEB. They actually want to see us do a little bit more. Again, we're working on investment policies and things like that related to OPEB and pension with the MARB and their consultants. Again, while they recognize that, even the state of Connecticut and other cities and towns, fund their ADEC, they're still a little bit more ahead of us. So the MARB looks at this as one aspect of they really want us to continue funding the ADEC for OPEB. So I think, my opinion is they would look favorable on us continuing that trend.
And so I guess the question, I get it.
Yep.
And I just wonder, if their, the level of detail that they're looking for is based upon the amount that we contribute.
Yeah, so MARB also, they look at the evaluation reports and they look at the numbers, all that stuff, because, we have to do a 5-year plan and everything like that. So, sometimes they ask for different things related to that OPEB ADEC. But they do their homework because, again, OPEB has been something that's been focused on for the last few years.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Any other discussion? Okay. Stacy will read out the roll call vote. Thank you, Mike.
Point of order. Could Stacy, could you read? Who read that? It was Ian, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you just? It was 20,000, right?
Yes.
Reduced. Okay. Just double checking. I'm starting to get tired.
No worries.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
No.
Councilman Dawn Callahan,
No.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
No.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
No.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
No.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
No.
Motion does not pass. All right, does anybody else have a motion they'd like to present? Do you want to? Councilman Locke.
This will be quick. So I want to propose a motion to, and this is page 77, to decrease Muni's account string 1440407-53560 brooms and sweeps, and the department is vehicle maintenance by $15,000. I want to decrease Muni's account string 1440407-53530 snow removal equipment by $10,000. And the last accounting string is 1440407-53210, and that's automotive fuel and fluids vehicle maintenance, and that's $10,648. So that total is $35,648 deductions. I want to increase line item, and it's Muni's accounting string 1440407-5100, and that's regular wages and vehicle maintenance. And the rationale is it's going to fund new hires and potential increases, according to Mr. Orifice.
All right, do I have a motion?
Motion.
I think that was his
I
motion.
think I made the motion. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry,
I'll
second.
second.
Thank
I'll
you.
second it. Sorry.
Any
Point of
discussion?
information, Madam Chair. What was the first number?
Dollar value or accounting string?
Just tell me what the account was and the value. I'll read the number.
Oh my God, hold on.
If you don't mind. It was brooms, right? No,
Brooms,
So it's, yeah,
brooms
one-
and sweeps.
Yeah, brooms and sweeps.
It's 10.
That was 15.
That's 15.
I'm sorry, 15. My apologies.
So brooms and sweeps is 15?
Yep.
Okay. And then the auto fuel was 10,648.
Correct.
And then what was the last one?
It was 53530, snow removal equipment, $10,000.
10,000. And then you're doing a flat increase on the wages?
Correct.
Okay.
35,648.
On the wages increase?
Yeah. And there's an email in front of everybody that explains the detail behind the rationale for why it'll work for him.
Councilwoman Heffernan?
I may ask a question?
Yep.
Thank you. This is kind of a logistics question. We have to vote on every single, we can't vote yes on part of the reductions. We can only vote yes or no on all of them.
If it's one motion, yes.
We can't separate out the monies for each.
You can make a friendly amendment.
May I amend the motion?
Go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment.
I don't know if you can.
Oh.
You can
Oh.
in the middle? Those people
Oh,
have
yeah.
to-
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Don't, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, no, Robert's rules would say that
I think people have to take their
Yes,
second.
They do.
Exactly.
They have to rescind
then
first.
they're-
Yep.
Point of information. Councilman Heffernan, do you want to change the number or do you not want to vote on it as a package?
I don't want to vote on as a package.
Then you can, under Robert's rules, you can move to separate the issue.
I'd like to separate the issue.
Okay.
So now we can vote on each one individually.
All right.
Thank you, Councilman Vargo. Thank you, Chairman.
So, yeah, you're welcome.
So how would you like me to read them each individually? How would
If Councilwoman Heffernan wants to separate the question, then it needs to
Right.
be separate.
I apologize for the difficulty.
No,
That's okay.
So would we be decreasing one item and increasing one at a time?
and putting it in that
Yes.
regular wages?
Yeah, that's the intent.
Okay.
Okay. Hang on. You want me to do that or you want to do it?
I'd be more than happy to do it. You want me to read it off?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. Do I have to? So,
We need
The
to,
motion again, right? Rescind.
Yes, that's-
yeah, we need
Yeah,
to
point
take
of order.
back the,
discussion.
Yep.
well,
But we
so we
can't
first
yet.
still have the first motion on the floor. If anybody wants to discuss it, they can.
Councilman Donovan?
Otherwise, they have to take back their first and second.
Yeah.
And then
Either
we'll,
way,
yeah,
we need
then
to
we'll
do
move.
it.
Yep.
I mean, either
It's
way,
okay.
it doesn't matter, but, I'm not in favor of cutting the street sweepers in half. I'm not in favor of reducing the snow removal, because if we have a bad snowstorm, we are totally in a bind on that. And without getting more information, because the department head did have the opportunity at the time, and as I discussed before, and then last minute come up with this. I am not in favor of this, this motion, or even if you break it down. So
Okay,
just want to.
thank you.
Can I speak to that or no?
Yes.
There's an email in front of you, and I appreciate your opinion, but if you look at the brooms and sweeps that Bob outlined, it's a non-starter. So if he was at the podium at the time, he may not have known this if you read through this. So obviously, things have changed from the day he presented till now. So I think if you read through this, you will see that it's kind of in his, he's the department lead, he owns the budget. At the end of the day, I think it spells out the rationale for why he can do it.
You're saying the sweeper is a non-starter?
So I'll read out loud if you'd like me to. Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Go ahead.
Basically, what Bob said is he can absorb the $15,000 reduction due to the following. He recently sold off $40,000 in old surplus units. Two of the units were very old, a 1991 and a 1995 mobile sweepers. This reduced our sweeper fleet from 4 sweepers to 2, with a new replacement sweeper in this year's budget. What this means is the new unit comes with a new purchase warranty, meaning protection for 1 year plus, no cost to the budget. And the other unit is newer and has been running well, relating to a healthy budget that can absorb the $15,000. So when it comes to the winter, it doesn't appear that this has anything to do with that. And it sounds like he's got the equipment to support what he's trying to do.
No, and like I said, Councilman Loss, we had this discussion yesterday too, and I just,
Yep. Yep.
want to see. I'm still not in favor of it though.
Yeah.
I appreciate.
No, I understand. I get it. At the end of the day, things happen last minute all the time. These seems to be causing some heartache for you. I understand.
No heartache.
Is there any other discussion? Councilman Johnstone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I recall, we faced a similar dilemma last year, especially when there's always this mystery about snow removal. I do it as part of my living, so I will tell you this. Warranties are everything. So I know this was last minute, and I was able to talk to some who operate these things and work on them in our departments. If there's one thing I've learned on this council, is you can trust Bob. Bob is a magician. And Councilman Donovan, I agree with you 100% that it's high risk, high reward, because with how snowstorms have gone and how our streets are with things breaking down, for me, usually I would be a no on this. However, because we have the warranties, it protects us for a little while. The only thing I caution if you vote yes on this is that at some point in the next 2 years with that kind of equipment, warranties go bye-bye. It's so we just have to be prepared. Whoever's down the road in these seats, you're going to have to work a little bit of magic because our equipment takes a beating. Why does it take a beating? It's like, you take from Peter to pay Paul and you tell Paul, hey, I took from Peter and I got to borrow from you too. Our roads are bad, right? They've been neglected for years. So when your roads are bad, your equipment takes a beating. So it comes back to the risk. High risk, high reward. What kind of winters are we going to have? Our street sweepers take a beating. How much paving are we going to have? Oil prices and petroleum and all those things go into how and what we can do with our funding to pave. It is a very interesting cocktail if you're making it, okay? So the only thing I would encourage once again, and then I'm done with this, think about the warranty, but remember, if you vote yes, this is one of those situations where you're potentially kicking the can down the road of it's going to have to be addressed in a couple years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Councilman Vargo.
Thank you. These positions belong to a union. How What's the implication of that? Is this something that we can do, and are we confident that they'll be able to get those funds?
Attorney Dorsey?
Your mic. There's not.
You can fund these positions by line item, name them, fine. But yes, they are union positions, and they come under the collective bargaining agreement, and there would have to be some agreement with the union with respect to adding positions. Also, the administration as well.
But we're not adding a position, we're increasing the funding. Are we adding a position?
We're not adding a position. Basically, what we're doing is, I think what Bob would like to do is, use some of the funding for. He's been trying to hire mechanics, and I think he wants to have the option of being able to give his team some increases.
So then my question with that explanation is, if we do this, is it guaranteed that those funds will go where?
No.
Okay.
It's not guaranteed.
What's the?
It would be up to the negotiations with the union and what's stated in the collective bargaining agreement with respect to wages. You just can't take single out workers in one department under the same union and give them increases without agreement from the union. I mean, it's possible, but it's not. There's no guarantee. No.
So it's possible we do this with the intent of giving it to those specific folks, but the union could say no, and then we just have this money out there.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, where's it going? You're
Right.
Yes, it would be funded but not spent.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Attorney Dorsey. So if it's funded and not spent, it's still in the department. So the department basically could use it for whatever needs it has, correct?
Yeah, there'd be a transfer. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So basically, we're just moving around interdepartmentally to make sure that Mr. Orfis has an opportunity to offer more of a wage to people, anyone who applies, and thus fill a seat or a position that's been empty for 2 years.
That's correct.
So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Chairman Pascal?
Yeah, I would just want to ask you in terms of, so this money gets returned to the department, and if, Mr. Orfis says, I want to give employee XYZ, an increase or whatever, spread it around, maybe he wants to give everybody an increase.
Sure.
What are the mechanics of that? Does he approach the union and say, hey, I have $30,000 here, I would like to do X?
Yes.
Is that part of it?
He would approach the union. If he doesn't, the union would certainly approach him.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I'm sorry. I think the gist of this is if you move the money to the line item, we have to negotiate with the union. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And if for whatever reason the city and the union doesn't come to an agreement, that money is just within the regular wages department. If he wants to use it for something later on, we would come to the city council for a transfer like we do anything else. But that's basically the gist of what's happening. It has to be negotiated.
So would you say at the end of the day, there's pretty much a lot of risk in doing this?
It's keeping it simple. It's exactly what I think Councilman Vargo said is it's a 50-50, right? I mean, it's a negotiation with the union. Yep. It's not guaranteed that it's going to happen, but if it does happen, it's great to have the money there.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Chairman Pascal?
Thank you. I'm not in favor of this, and I just want to make a statement. So, just like the mayor brought us a package of things once the budget was made clearer to her and we had reductions on it, this is like the same thing. I would be more in favor of this if we put it towards unallocated contingency, if there is indeed a savings, because what I caution against is if we do this now so that a department head can get raises for their people, which is a noble cause, who's coming next year to do the same thing and the year after that? Yeah. And it just seems to me that it's an end around to get around a process. Now, I don't know if the mayor knew if she had $35,000 more, if she would have put it to another position something more needy. So I would be in favor of putting this in unallocated contingency if Bob wanted to let it go, but I don't think he does. So I do love Bob. I think he's great. I just think this is something that we don't want to get into right now because there's a lot of ramifications to it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. You have anything to add?
Gotta make a motion to retract.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so honestly, now that I've learned a little bit more, obviously I want to do the right thing, and the optics at the end of the day may not be the best. So in good conscience, I want to retract the motion.
Rescind the second.
So McMillan would rescind his second, take back his second,
I'll take back my.
and then Locks, you take back your motion.
Yep, motion's out.
All right.
So noted.
And
Can I go?
any other proposed motions,
Can I go?
Melly?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Garthwaite.
Yeah. So, I had a lot of, I also went line by line, and you guys have gotten all the big ones for me. So, I'd like to make the first motion, decrease line item 112500, page 39 in your books, or page 7 in your, larger 3-year. Here, if you have your 3-year, that would be great. It's line item 11250010527770. Decrease it by $15,000. Other contractual services, city clerk.
Second.
I'll second for discussion.
Any discussion? Councilman Vargo.
Can I ask what the reasoning
Sure.
is?
Yeah. So I studied the 3-year averages, and the 3-year averages are they are at $61,565. And like Councilwoman Heffernan, I too am looking out for our taxpayers, and I'm trying to get every little dollar I can to help them because all of us are in the same boat. We're facing a really large tax increase, and I think it's important to kind of tighten up our belts and look for as much as we can. So this is one little area I noticed that, like I said, the 3-year average is $61,565. The only year that it went over was in 22, and I see the projected, but the projected was the same last year, and we didn't touch it. So that's why I'm decreasing it by $15,000.
15 or 50?
15.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we know if these are, is this a fixed cost or is this a fluctuating cost on usage? Because my understanding is that this is for the online record portal, for real estate, for vital statistics and other items. I know that we generate a revenue from this on a per use basis, but what I don't remember is if we pay on a per use basis. Do we know that answer? Okay. It's up to her. I'm good with it.
Councilman Johnstone.
Thank you. I don't want to be rude. What I have in my notes, because I remember this conversation with Mr. Lewis, this was a big question mark, and it had to do with the printing services with the deeds because we were trying to play catch up. So even though the numbers and the average showed we were a little lower, the concern of why it was requested for that amount was that we are starting to catch up with the Joneses, hence with the transferring electronically, we are then spending more money over that course. So the question then becomes, if we take the $15,000 away, how does that slow down what the clerk's office is trying to do? So I guess that's the question we have to ask ourselves. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
All set. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right. Stacy will read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite?
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
No.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
No.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
No.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Yes.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
7.
Motion does not pass.
Can I do another?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Just give me
Yep,
two.
just give her 1
Give me just give me 2 seconds. My fingers are sticky. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Melly.
I'd like to make a motion to decrease line item
Page.
Sorry, guys. This is page 45 in your book and 10 in the legal size packet. I'd like to make a motion to decrease line item 119-00010-52250, advertising, planning, and development, and like I said, $15,000.
I have a second. Any discussion? Councilman Donovan.
Yeah. I don't have that 3 year. What's the reasoning why so much?
The 3-year average is $37,256, and we're not touching that. So I went backwards
Yeah.
through the other
No,
books as well.
I understand that. I just think that they're planning to do more advertising and getting more businesses in. But, all right. I'm all set. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman Vargo.
I think that this line item also includes anticipated expenses for the POCD, which is coming up.
I think that's a different line item. I can't remember which line
I
item
think there's
that
multiple
is.
line items that,
Yeah.
that are covering the POCD. It's a multifaceted expense.
It's a POCD.
The plan of conservation development. I'm all set, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other discussion? Oh, Councilwoman Melton.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Councilman Vargas said. It does include the POCD.
Thank you.
You know what? I'm going to rescind.
Sure.
Yeah, because that's very important. I missed that piece of. I apologize. I missed that piece of information.
Thank you. All right.
Can I do
Keep
one
going.
more?
Yep.
Okay.
Right before.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll save that page.
Page 45. Page 10 in your books.
10.
Yep, the legal, sorry, excuse me. This is decrease line item 119-000-1056-400, property management, planning and development by $5,000.
Second. Have a second? No. Any discussion? Councilman Vargo.
I'm sorry, did you want to give your rationale before I
Sure.
comment?
3-year average, $20,636.
Councilman Vargo.
I think that this is upfront costs to clean up properties, and then we lien them, and then when we lien them, we get the money back. So this isn't really, in my mind, an actual cost for the city because we eventually get the money back. It's just essentially a war chest to be able to do that.
Yes, I understand that. I just feel like again, what I said was that I'm trying to find every single dollar that I can, even if it's a couple $1,000s. This is one line item that is definitely not getting used.
I'm all set.
Any other discussion? All right, Stacy will read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
No.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
No.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal. Seven.
Motion does not carry.
Can I do one more?
Of course. You still have the floor.
Okay.
Two seconds.
Yep. Just give Stacy 2 seconds.
Okay. Thank you for being patient.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Page 56 and 16 of the legal. Decrease line item 122-00023-55190, other office equipment, by $10,000. I'll give you the rationale.
Wait, I have to open it up.
Oh, sorry. I have
That's
to-
okay. May I have a second? Any discussion?
Want me to?
She's just gonna give her
Yeah.
rationale first. And then
So the 3-year average is again a lot lower, $15,729. This is really, in my mind, this is a not a need. This is a want. And like I said, we need to find every dollar that we can to help our residents, our taxpayers. Thank
Councilman
you.
Tucker.
I wonder if there's an opportunity here for some of these other line items, and we talked about this, which is why we went ahead and consolidated all of the like education and training and, you know, the dues and all that travel and stuff like that. We consolidated it all and put it under the chief operating officer's department. And I realized that some of these departments have similar, you know, line items, but what's in them is very different. And I think the intent really is to just try to find economies of scale that will give us an opportunity to reduce overall spending in the long run. And so I wonder if maybe there's an opportunity to do some of that, but we won't have time to do it tonight. But in the future, if we could look at that and figure out a way maybe for the next time to kind of, again, go after those things that are kind of more similar together and align them and then look for reductions in that. I just think it's late in the game to try to do that now. We won't get that done tonight. So, but I do think it's a good idea because, you know, there may be, like when you're looking at your 3-year averages, there may be some cushion in there that we might be able to bring down, but I just don't think it's feasible tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Locks.
In every organization I've ever worked for, and I've worked at a lot of them, that is the name of the game, to have one contractor that does all that stuff, and have it. But again, like office supplies, that's where you find out where your spend is, because, listen, there could be multiple providers that they're using there. I think he said Xerox is who they contract with. But you are right. That's the name of the game. Is just get one provider and get so they understand that. So that's where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? Stacy will read out the roll call vote.
Count.
I'm looking to reduce the line item by $15,000 because the 3-year average is averaging about $15,729, and this is really kind of this is a want. This is not a need. So.
15, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, 10. Sorry.
I wrote down 10.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm going cross-eyed.
That's all right.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Ruby. It's Councilwoman. It's 10.
Okay. We can do the roll call.
I have one question.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Is this already a consolidated line item for other departments? It is?
Central services.
It's in the word.
Yes, this is a central services line item.
Yeah.
I I think maybe one or two departments in the city that have their own other office equipment line, but this is centralized through 17, 18 other departments. So
Yeah, but there are other ones that do have office equipment listed in those other departments. It's just not this one.
correct.
Yeah.
This is central services, but there are others that have off. There's a multitude of things that get booked to this line.
And
yeah.
Mr. Spryer, I won't hold you to it, although you are being recorded. Off the top of your head, are we close to the 25 to 30 range?
We will be.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anything else? All right, Stacy will read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
No.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
No. Sorry.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
No.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackbrally,
No.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
No.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
No.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
No.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
No.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
No.
Motion does not pass.
Oh well. I tried. I'm trying. Okay.
Keep going.
Page 75 in your
Yep.
book.
Stacy, 1 second. So, 75.
75.
Just give her a couple seconds.
It's 26 in your.
I'm gonna need more copies of.
It's 26 in your legal size book.
Is it page 75?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to decrease line item 141-00010-52310 by $2,000, conventions and dues in engineering department.
Point of order.
Yes.
We've already moved this.
Oh, you did. Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I
It's part of
lost
the
track of it.
consolidated.
All right, so
Thank you, Councilman.
I could just
I will.
verify it.
It was hard to keep track of them as you guys were doing them, but
It's
I missed
okay.
that.
Next one.
Okay, next one.
We reduced that. Yeah.
Page 78 in your books, 28 in your legal size packet. Decrease line item 145-09971, 52940, hazardous waste disposal, compost site, $10,000. The 3-year average, should I give my rationale to save
Did
time?
you say 52940?
Yeah, let's get the
Hazardous waste
second first,
disposal.
please.
I need that number again.
Sure, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
145-09971, 52940.
950. Recycling pickup?
No,
No, 40.
hazardous waste
Oh, 40. I'm sorry.
disposal, compost site.
Hazardous waste. It says 41 in the book.
Does it?
Yeah.
It's 40.
52941. That's what it says in my book.
5294. Hazardous waste disposal.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I see it now. I
You see it?
apologize. Yep, I see it. We're good.
Okay, so, I want to decrease it by $10,000. Did I get a second?
Yes.
Have a
Okay.
Second.
So, my reasoning is the 3-year average is $30,561.
All right. Any discussion? Councilwoman Heffernan.
$30,561. That's yep. Yep.
Is that a,
Can I offer a little context to that, just so
Please.
you know? So this is we every 2 years we grind the stumps and the wood that gets dropped off at the compost site. We're moving that to an every year item so that we don't have all this space just full of compost. Of trunks and stumps and things. So we have a company that comes in and does this for us. Now we're hoping yearly. They take all the wood chips for us and do all that. So that's why the 3-year average just seems off, but the middle year is always a little higher. So that's the rationale for that.
I just have a quick point of order. The first number that was read actually was from the solid waste. And then the ending was from the compost site, so I'm confused.
Hazardous waste is 52940.
So the first number.
So the first number that was read was 145,09971, which is from solid waste.
Right.
Did I mix the numbers up?
You did.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
so did you really mean 52941?
That's why I was confused.
Because the 52940
Right.
jumps up to compost site.
That was my question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
So hazardous waste.
Hazardous waste disposal.
Okay.
From
the compost site.
from which? Because they're both named.
1450507152940.
All right, so it's from the compost site.
Yes.
I was going crazy.
From the compost site.
Okay,
Yes.
so that is also, the hazardous waste disposal is also from Haz Waste Central, which at the RWA, we have to pay into that yearly.
Right.
The hazardous waste central for hazardous waste material that RWA picks up for us, so.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilman Varga?
I'm sorry, there's been so much back and forth. Is this the compost site hazardous waste or is it solid waste? Just
Compost site.
it's the compost
Compost
site.
site.
Okay.
Can we just, how about if we do this? How about if we take back the second, take back the first, and we'll start over?
Yeah.
I feel better starting over for the
Yeah, I
record.
just want to make it clear what we're voting on.
Me
Okay.
too.
I agree.
I take it back.
Take it back.
All right, Melly, do you mind reading that again?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Decrease line item 1450507152940 hazardous waste disposal to decrease it by $10,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more
very much.
discussion? Councilman Johnstone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to sound like not a broken record yet, but this is one of those things, it could go one way or the other. And I know this from dealing with arborist work and friends who are arborists, and here's the reality of the situation. To Mr. Sprier's point, if we do it yearly, we are potentially lowering our costs, because what a lot of times with these specific jobs, the bigger the job, the more likely you are to get those hidden fees and potential upcharges. If we do it more on a yearly basis, the savings in the long run are more potential. So this is one of those high risk, high rewards, low risk, yada, yada, yada. So I guess once again, the question we have to ask ourselves is, how much do we want to risk? Do we potentially drop it maybe $5,000 because it's $5,000 of taxpayer money? Do we risk the 10, or do we just say, not that kind of cup of tea, and we got to stick to our guns? For what it's worth, I'm torn on this one because I see both sides of the sword, and it could go either way. But for what it's worth to the rest of the council, when you're dealing with a job like this and contractors that do this, when it's a bi-yearly situation and those piles get bigger and bigger, here's the other factor. Hurricanes play a very large role in these piles. So if you think back to East Saisis, where massive trees were coming down, we got in serious trouble. Then you look at other years where we got lucky. So the average, if you're asking me for my opinion on that one, it's no disrespect to anybody who's worked on the averages of this, but this is almost like snow removal. You really don't know what's going to happen. So you're rolling the dice no matter which one you choose. So I would advise everyone, with how you vote, you need to take that into consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? You're welcome. Good. Councilwoman Callahan?
I'd just like to say thank you. I think you've done an excellent job of trying to get some of this stuff. I want to say thank you because I think you've done an excellent job of trying to bring this budget down, and you've really put a lot of thought into it. And it's tough, just like what Councilman Johnstone said. It's like a roll of the dice, and some years it's good, some years it's bad. You know, so it's tough. I don't know if we could maybe talk about dropping it, but not as much. I don't know if that's an option with this, or
What would you like to see it drop to?
what are you asking for? 10?
I'm asking for 10.
Maybe 5? Start?
How does anybody else feel? Nobody? Anybody?
I was good with 10.
Good with 10?
Oh, okay. I was just putting it out there that if it was an issue because of what you were saying, that, you know, it's rolling the dice, but you want to keep some in the bucket. So that was just my thought. So I'm happy with you know, just voting, but I thought too, if everybody wasn't happy with that, you know, maybe we could talk about Lauren. But all right, let's see where it goes then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion? All right, Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan, Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
No.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
No.
8.
Motion does not pass.
Okay. 9.
Councilman Garthwaite?
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm not.
Can I
Oh,
get
Stacy, just give her a second. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, now this is going to make sense to you guys, so, or hopefully it makes sense. I'm taking a little bit from the hazardous waste, from solid waste, just a little bit. This is page 78 or 28. I just want to make sure I got the number right on this one because we had such a mess up on the last one. This is the hazardous waste city, solid waste. And my number is 1450997152941. Decreased by $3,000. This is because the 3-year average is, oh, I can't say that until I.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilwoman Garthwaite.
So this is because the 3-year average is 1,077. I know it's just a tiny little decrease, but like I said, I was looking for anything that made sense, and this sort of definitely made sense to me. I don't know how everyone else feels.
Any other discussion? All right, Stacy will read the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
No.
Councilman Gary Donovan. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you want to, okay. Councilman Edward McMillan,
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
No.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
No.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
No.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
and Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
No.
Motion does not pass.
Okay, page 81 and 29 in your legal packet, legal size packet, I should say. This is decrease line item 14606-074, 53555, light poles, ground maintenance, decreased by $5,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
3-year average is $8,679.
Any other discussion?
Decreased by $5,000. The 3-year average is $8,679.
Any other discussion?
Is this for the light poles?
Yes.
That's
Council-
for.
Yep,
I'm,
that's
yeah.
okay.
Is that for when the replacement of like poles when they get knocked down, or what is this?
I was told that this was for stuff along Campbell Avenue. I'm sorry, Captain Thomas Boulevard.
Guys,
Here comes Rick. He'll say it again.
Yeah, this is for replacement of light poles. I mean, if there's an accident, these light poles are expensive.
yeah.
I mean, the one down on Captain Thomas and Campbell Avenue went down. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace those. So, yeah, they're it's a budget item that we hope we never have to use, but if we do have to use it, we're glad that it's there.
Yeah, because the budget is $15,000 for the light pole.
Yeah, I mean the pole itself is 15,000, 20,000, but the entire project replacing that light pole at Captain Thomas and Campbell was hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Did we have anyone over here?
I
Had a question?
I actually
Do you want to?
I want to rescind this because I was under a different impression.
Okay.
I was under the impression that this was actually for like banners along the, because I heard from Rick previously, not tonight, but previously, that it was the banners along Captain Thomas Boulevard.
Banners were bought with ARPA money.
ARPA money.
Yeah, the
okay.
banners were bought with ARPA money. Yep.
We need to rescind our second.
Second, rescinded.
Thank you.
Okay, only a few more. Page 83 in your book and page 30 in your legal packet. Grounds maintenance. This is highway park maintenance. Decrease line item 1470401052550 by $10,000.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
The 3-year average is $31,286.
What's the high?
The high is $36,901.
Any other discussion? Councilwoman Callahan.
Can you elaborate on what is the grounds maintenance? What does that include?
I was told it's just everything that they use around the city, whatever the grounds crew uses, unless.
Ricky, maybe you can. Just stay
Yeah,
there.
sure. This is sorry. This is used by our Parks Department and the Public Works. This is used for everything from fertilizer to field clay to field paint to a lot of different things. I know they're looking to upgrade the type of field clay we use now in the baseball fields, especially Morris Park and Shore Haven have been going through a bit of a renaissance and looking to upgrade the facilities. So we're looking to upgrade the dirt we use, which in the long term will save us money because we won't have to replace it as often. So
Right. That's what I thought. And prices are going up.
yes. Oh, God, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
Councilman Vargo.
Yeah, if this line item is being used for our sports fields, they've been a mess for years, and we're finally starting to have them look the way that we want them to look to attract people to use them. I am absolutely not in favor of reducing their ability to beautify our sports facilities.
Madam Chair, may I interject? Point of order.
Are you all set?
Yes, thank you.
I would like to say I was not aware that this line item was being used for our sports facilities. That was not something that I was told, so I'm going to rescind this.
All right, we need to rescind our second, please. Is that you?
That is I. I'll rescind it.
Okay.
Only a few more.
I'm wasting a lot
I
of
promise.
seconds here, Melly.
I'm sorry. Okay, so special projects 14704.
What page?
Sorry, 83, page 30 in your legal.
Say the page again.
83.
83. Special projects 14704. Actually, you know what? This one, I'm sorry. I know that's the wrong one. I'm gonna now move on to miscellaneous construction supplies. Same page. Highways, parks, and admin. This is the line item is 1470401533380, and it's a decrease of $20,000.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Johnston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Spryer, when you have a second, I have a question for you. But take your time.
My time is yours.
Thank you,
Councilor.
Mr. Thank you, Rick.
Wow.
So
Very generous.
I have a very odd question for you.
I have a very odd
Wouldn't be
answer.
the first time. Based on some of these last line items of discussion, in your honest opinion, for how long you've been around with every wonderful job you've held, would you say a lot of these line items tend to be dictated by the third floor? And by the third floor, I mean the administration and what they're looking to do, because I'm trying to grasp my head around such fluctuations from one to the next, because, and I'm not saying this out of disrespect to anybody, it's like the trend, right? And it kind of fluctuates through different administrations.
I wouldn't say that they're dictated by the administration. I say that they are enhanced by the administration. Okay. So I would say that I don't think the previous administration stopped people from doing things. I think the current administration is encouraging people to use this money for the use that it was put forward to.
Okay.
So, miscellaneous construction supplies are Morris Park. We're putting gravel in front of the concession stand this coming month. I think we did it actually today. Gravel in front of the construction stand. So in the concession stand. So if it rains, it's not a big mud pit in front of there. So we just take a lot of exactly what the line item says, miscellaneous construction projects, and they go built to here. So I don't think that it was a hindrance by previous administrations. I think this is a enhancement by the current administration to try and get some things done that weren't getting done before.
Okay, so in other words, it's I guess it's just based on one of those, if it's your cup of tea, you're going to get more involved than others.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Spryer. Thank
Thank
you, Madam
you.
Chair.
You're welcome. Councilman Varga? No? Any other questions or discussion? Right. Stacey. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Heffernan.
Thank you. Could I have the high of the last 3 years?
The high of the last 3 years is
Thank you.
hold on, it's 55. Yeah, it's 55.
They're
Point for information, that's not correct. No, it's 251,397.
Where are you?
for 74,000.
For special project?
Oh, we're on special project. I'm sorry.
Miscellaneous construction.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Yeah, 51. 51 is the high.
51.
We're on miscellaneous construction supplies,
That's
correct?
what I thought.
Yes.
51.
Yeah,
That's what I thought too.
251.
251,000. Yeah,
No, I thought we were on special. Oh, she changed?
Yeah.
that's why I got confused.
Thank you, Councilman.
Right, we're on miscellaneous construction. I'm sorry.
Right.
No.
Miscellaneous construction supplies. The
Yes.
high is 251,397. The average is 115,890.
How did I must
For 3 years, the average is 115.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
hold on one second. Give me a second here.
Rick, so why Melly, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Garthwaite is going through that with the miscellaneous construction supplies. So that's obviously beautification too.
What did I do?
And just stuff
Oh.
that needs like construction stuff. Again, I'm just trying to get to the price point. Like
Yeah,
why
I don't know if
so
it's
high?
I don't know if it's beautification. It's
necessary.
well, it hasn't jumped at all. I mean, the line item stayed flat.
Yeah.
And as you can see, we've overspent that budget, Bill.
So my
me.
reasoning was that
You're all set, Rick?
I'm all set, yeah.
Sorry, Rick. My reasoning is that the past 2 years have been 55,000 and 41,000. And
Those have
like-
been offset by ARPA.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh. I rescind.
Okay, thank you.
I have two more. Page 84 and page 31 in your legal. This is other repairs and maintenance, upgrade parks maintenance. Line item 1470607752570. Decreased by $10,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Johnstone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rick, was any ARPA used in this line? Do you remember? Yes.
Sorry, we're on other repairs and maintenance upgrades.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't come to mind, but this is another one of those, budget for it and hope you don't need it. Don't budget for it and pray you did. Wish you did. So, I mean, it's
Another roll of the dice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, I don't know how much, a cut like that affects anything. But if, I would be hesitant to not put that in there, because if we did need it, then we'd have to pull from somewhere else. And so.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all set.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rick.
Councilman Tucker.
So this falls under outside contractors.
Yes.
And I guess my question is, historically, sorry, Rick.
It's okay.
I
like getting up and down. A lot of exercise.
Historically, what would fall in that line item? What kind of services are paid
There's something that our
for?
mechanics in our fleet can't handle, a job that's too big for us, our mechanics to handle, piece of equipment that needs to be sent out for service. I mean, there's a multitude of things that could fall under there. So.
Okay, so that's for outside contractors.
Correct.
But I'm wondering, are there any other places in the budget that they have where they would be able to access funds for a similar purpose? Other operating supplies, that's trees, that's not there. I'm just thinking, looking at the other areas, because as long as it's in that department, they could request a transfer.
Yeah, but we don't request transfers until the fourth quarter of the year. So, I mean, we don't want to start overspending each budget and then come with the fourth quarter and say, by the way, I need to take 15,000 from this line, 16,000 from that line, 17,000 from this line, because I overspent the budget that was cut by $50,000. I overspent it because I knew I was going to need it. I mean, like I said, it's one of those line items where you budget for it and hope you don't need it, but
Right, but similarly, under Highways and Parks Administration, again, same department, they do have a line item for miscellaneous construction supplies.
right. But that's not repairs.
Right, but I get it. But what I'm saying is, it's a similar situation with the other thing that we had consolidated earlier. And I'm just saying that sometimes those line items, they're stacked that way, but they're not always used. And to the point that they're talking about, if you look at the average, there may be some cushion in there. And that's the point I'm trying to get at here. Well, yes, we're looking at that one line item that, just was pointed out, and, a cut is recommended there, but I just wonder if it's...
I think cushion's the wrong. I think,
Well, maybe cushion.
yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean, but it's one of those, I mean, you want to roll the dice and hope we don't need to repair a big piece of machinery. Our flarer last year went down. I mean, it's one of those.
But there are funds in other places. That's what I guess every budget has. And it is a cushion. It is some wiggle room. But I'm just trying to, figure out ways. Similarly, we're all trying to get down the mill rate, right? That's what we're really trying to do, and we're just really trying to find ways.
I understand, and I agree and I applaud your efforts for trying to bring the budget down and the mill rate down as much as you can. But a $5,000 cut here and a $5,000, we're talking 0.00001 mils, and like I said, they all add up. They do. Right. I get it, but in the grand scheme of things. I'd rather have the money there
I get
if
it.
needed than my taxes go down $1 a year.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I offer a counter proposal on the reduction, or is that not possible?
Friendly amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think maybe we should, if we can't do 10, we should consider 5.
Is that something
We want to
I'll compromise.
Want to amend your motion?
I'll amend my motion. I would like to decrease line item number 1470607. Oops, sorry, because I thought you guys were. I have to get the right one because I threw it over there already.
147060077-52570.
Thank you. I want to decrease it by $5,000.
For a total of,
A total of 5,000 decrease. No, she's talking about other repairs and maintenance upgrade.
Yep.
Outside contractors.
Yeah, outside contractors.
We'll leave it up to the Cracker Jack West Haven Procurement Department.
Can you just re-second it, please?
Yeah, just resecond it.
You did?
did I second that?
No, can you resecond
Oh,
it?
no, he did.
I was gonna say, I didn't second that.
Oh,
So
sorry.
lost.
Okay.
You want to re-second it? We need a second on the amendment.
Second.
All right, any discussion on the amendment? Okay, Stacy will read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
No.
Councilman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Two more
All right.
little ones.
Okay.
Just give me a minute.
Just give Stacy a second.
Okay.
I have to stand up for a minute.
Go ahead. Give me a second to regroup here with my pages.
Two more little
Just
ones.
two more.
Yeah, I just want to get this done with. You want to go? Want to take a turn? Okay.
I'm gonna get up and walk out.
Is it the page number?
I'm gonna be like, I'm out.
This is page number 84 and also page 31 of your legal packet, legal size packet. 84 and 31. Outside contractors. Decrease line item number 1470607754360 by $10,000.
Eviction storage,
Eviction storage,
and you're decreasing that?
$10,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Heffernan?
Sorry, I don't have the 3-year.
Yeah, the 3-year average is $18,768. Last year was $56,305. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Councilwoman? I want to bring it down by 10.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Donovan?
Yeah. Councilman Dorsey, this might be a question for you or Rick. I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, it could be for either one. I'm not sure. Thank you. We use this for when people get evicted, right? And we have to take their stuff and store it somewhere,
By state statute.
right?
Yeah. But we're it's just the way that the state puts it on us to store when a marshal serves a warrant, removes the people removed from the premises, and then the belongings are taken out, have to be stored, and that falls on the city.
Right.
Right.
That's
That's what
making
it
sure
is.
That's exactly what that was for. Right. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go ahead. Thank you. We're required to store this by state law, right? So if we, whether we fund it or not, if we have these these expenses, we're going to be forced to pay for, and there's no discretion here.
That's correct.
We're able to sell it too.
Then we eventually auction it. There's a process. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Councilman Johnstone?
Thank you, Chairman. How many evictions do we normally average? Do you know that just randomly off the top of your head?
No,
roughly?
because it's not the city who's doing the evictions. It's landlords that are evicting people from their property.
Okay, that's where I need a clarification. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Any other discussion? Seeing none? Roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite?
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali? Should we
Is
come
absent.
back around to her?
Yep.
Okay. Councilman Gary Donovan?
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan?
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan?
No.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker?
No.
Councilman Christopher Vargo?
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller?
No.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone?
No.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal?
No. Motion fails.
I'm gonna just say that she was absent from the vote then.
Okay, last one.
Let's do it.
Okay, this one is going to shock everybody because I am a tree hugger. I am.
Do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Page 84 and 31 in your legal packet. I would like to decrease line item number 1470607853570 trees and shrubs by $10,000.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second, Callahan?
Can I give a reasoning?
Sure. First reasoning.
3-year average is $518. Last year was $1,555. We do have other line items in the budget for trees and shrubs. I don't remember how many I saw. I think $20,000 is pretty energetic for increase on this line item.
Okay.
And like I said, I love trees. I'm all about them, but I'm also trying to save every dollar I can.
All right. First, Johnstone, and then, okay.
Thank you, Chairman. This might be a question for Mr. Spryer again. Rick, every time I need you, you're on a knee proposing the mic back there.
That's what he said.
We want to know. Yes or no?
5,000 comedians out of work, and you're being funny.
No.
Oh, man.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
5,000 comedians out of work and you're very
Rick,
funny.
has there? I keep forgetting
Take
to ask
lots of
this
things
question.
personally.
So when it comes to, I know this has been discussed before, because it's like one of those. It's not a small line item, but it's not huge, and there's always some kind of discussion around this. I know for the last 3 years, has there ever been any discussion? Because we have this beautification committee, right? And they, I'm not knocking on the beautification committee. Has there ever been a discussion with them? Because there tends to be this void of who is responsible for what and where, right? We've had this issue in the past. Have those discussions advanced any further? Because I feel like at some point, either this line item needs to increase or it needs to go away, because I feel like there needs to be a better way to do it. Unless this line item, if I recall, is this strictly just for replacement if something happens?
So the beautification committee comes out of, pardon me, the human resources line item, which is $2,500.
Right, it's something,
that comes
right.
So this was originally, this is really loud all of a sudden. This was originally slated for $20,000. We received a $10,000 grant for trees,
Okay.
which is why it's brought down to $10,000. The idea of this is to exactly what it says, to plant trees across the city and kind of, just increase our treescape across the city. So
Okay. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Madam Chair.
welcome.
So, Thank you, Chair Lady. So the reason this is in the red is because we already overspent.
No, the $10,000 was deducted off of what we budgeted because we received a grant for $10,000.
Got it.
So we knocked the $20,000 down to $10,000.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rick, are these funds used to replace trees that have been cut down by
the UI?
Yeah.
No. So part of that grant is to do that, but it's not. That's not the sole purpose for the grant. But yes, part of it is for. We don't. The UI cuts trees down because they know that the trees are interfering with power lines. So, our tree warden works with the UI and they come up with a plan of which trees are going to cut down because they are a danger to power lines, and we don't want a tree taking down power lines and knocking down power to a bunch of houses. So, the plan is to replace some of those trees with smaller growing trees that won't interfere with power lines, but that's not exclusively what this money's for.
And then the other part of the money is just when you identify an area that could just use some.
Correct. Some of that and some of the beautification committee money uses that as well.
So this could be the green. This could be.
Yeah.
Any public park.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi again, Rick.
Hi.
So, I just want to clarify too, with the trees that are on the house, not on the house property, but then the sidewalk, that little piece of grass between the street,
Between the curb and the
sidewalk
street?
is the city, and that's the ones that I know I've called for my.
Those are city-owned
constituents.
trees, correct.
Is that when those trees come down? And thank you, because you guys have taken quite a few down for us.
No, we would not replant another tree there.
No, but
if
is
that's-
that part of this budget?
No, that's tree removal is a
Tree
completely
removal.
different.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want to
Yep.
clarify that.
This is for planting of trees and shrubs.
Which is important.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Councilman Vargo.
We spent so much time trying to drive down the budget as much as we can. To me, this is a quality of life. We want a beautiful looking city. We hear a lot of complaints of folks that disparage the way that the city looks. So for $25,000, $20,000 is in my opinion, a drop in the bucket of everything else that's going on. And if it's going to help make our city look prettier and make people want to live here because they like the aesthetics of it, then I think we need to leave this alone.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? All right, Stacy's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite?
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks?
No.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan?
No.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton?
No.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali?
No.
Councilman Gary Donovan?
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan?
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan?
No.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker?
No.
Councilman Christopher Vargo?
No.
Councilwoman Katie Muller?
No.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone?
No.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal?
No.
You wanted to say
Motion does not pass. Does anyone else on the floor have any motions to propose?
I do.
I'm going to go with
You go.
Councilman Melton first.
Yes, I have two, maybe three, not sure yet. So my first motion is on page 104. And it is under contingency expenses. And I am proposing in line item 1900990 56010 unallocated contingency, a reduction of $150,000. And I will say that my thinking behind this is, number one, in the mayor's adjustment package, she proposed a reduction of $220,000, so this is $70,000 less than what the mayor proposed. We're looking for ways to reduce our savings, especially offset other increases that we've voted on tonight. And it is clear to me that this line item can be absorbed. We've increased this line item. This amount can be absorbed within our budget and within that line item. We've increased it. The original proposal was $450,000. The mayor reduced it to $220,000 in her adjustment, and I am proposing a $150,000 adjustment. And I know that there is some concern that this might be an issue with Marb, but I do not think the mayor would have proposed this if that was a real concern. I think perhaps I have a lot of faith in our terrific financial team and risk management team here, and I think they can handle this very easily, and I think it is a more significant way to reduce our, to find savings and cost savings for our taxpayers.
Second. Any other discussion? Councilwoman Callahan?
I just need to, can I get some clarification? So, in the original, I see the original number, and then in the mayor's recommendation. So can you clarify for me? So the mayor wants to drop it.
She wanted to drop it by 220, and I'm only recommending 150 as a drop.
Okay. So if we did not touch this, and forgive me for not knowing, if
it would be 450,000.
So,
I mean, 1 mil. I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question first?
No, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
So, Councilwoman Melton is saying that the mayor wants to drop by 200, but she's suggesting that we just do 150. If we did not address this right now, would it drop by 200, or would it stay? Okay, so this is definitely a vote thing. That's all I need a clarification on. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garthwaite.
I think I'm getting tired because I thought that was already read. Wasn't that one of the motions?
That was open.
But it was OPEB. Okay. So the mayor is 200 and you want to go for 150.
Yeah, I thought it might be a little more palatable to the folks here. So she was at her, if you had on this page,
Yep,
her
I saw
adjustment
that. Yep.
package, it says 220.
Yep.
And I'm recommending 150 rather than 220.
Okay.
Unless someone wants
I'd like to see it
amend it to 220.
Yeah, I'd like
and
to
we have
see it
9 votes
220.
for it.
Yeah, I'd like to see it to 220.
220. Any other discussion?
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You were at 150. You had me at 150, not 220. I appreciate the mayor's valiant efforts to reduce the budget, and I have the utmost trust in her and her people. This is just respectfully one area that I'm going to disagree on. But you had me at 150.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
So are we still at the 150?
No.
150.
Well, we're at,
I didn't amend it.
yeah,
I didn't amend it.
what, okay.
There's no amendment. Yep.
Can we start over?
Motion's on the floor for 150.
Yep.
Decrease in the unallocated contingency.
Correct.
Are we ready for a roll call?
Yep.
Point of clarification, it's 150 is the vote?
$150,000.
Going once.
Ready?
Ready.
Cool.
Okay. Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali.
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Yes.
Councilman Edward McMillan.
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker.
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller.
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Yes.
And Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. All set.
Oh, yes. Page 99. line item 16001060 dash new. I am going to ask for an increase to the library budget of $3,000. And I just wanted to make a quick comment. Oh, I need a second, right?
I'll second. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, first of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Vargo. When we talked about this earlier, when this came up earlier, I was taken by surprise that he'd had a conversation with the mayor about getting the services that they so badly need the city to provide for trash removal and snow removal. And I am very, very pleased, and I really want to thank Councilman Vargo for taking that step and speaking to the mayor and getting that. I know the library will be absolutely thrilled to have that taken out of their operating budget. And as you know, and as you've heard me speak very passionately about the fact that our libraries are in a state of distress, they're under attack, and they are losing vitally needed resources. In fact, they've lost them, and so I think this year, the cuts have been draconian. Our city really needs this beautiful library of ours, and I know there are other issues surrounding it, but I do think a $3,000 increase in the budget is something we can all hopefully get behind. Thank you.
Any discussion? All right, Stacey's going to read out the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Brian Locks,
No.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
No.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
No.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right. Any other proposed? Oh, you still have more?
I'm done.
You're done? All right.
Take the win.
Take it and go home.
I'm taking my chip and going home.
Yeah, take it and go home.
I'm going to go. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have a page number.
Okay.
107, page 107? I am guessing, sorry. Yes, of course. It is 107?
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have a line item.
I'll just put it under this one. What is the?
It's the I just have in the book that I have, I didn't.
Oh, it's just Board of Education.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to reduce the Board of Ed by $500,000 because they are getting the $500,000 from the state next year, and increase line item 1900990-56010, the contingency fund of $200,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Vargo.
So this is going to result in a net decrease of the Board of Ed, cumulatively of $500,000, and bumping up unallocated contingency by $200,000. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? All right. Stacey's going to read the roll call vote. You just need a minute.
I need a minute to process that.
No problem. She's just going to read
Getting
it.
$500,000 back.
We're putting money into the unallocated? 200. Did we just take money out of it? I don't understand that.
Point of something. I don't know what it is. So we reduce unallocated
Completely
contingency.
confused.
So you,
I had already written it down.
right. So all right. So just for Stacy's purposes, we're looking to drop Board of Ed by another 500 and put
Another 500.
no right. Right. You asked for $500,000.
Right, but not another 500.
Right.
Yeah.
So yes. We already
approved the 200.
two.
I thought that didn't pass.
Oh, it did.
No, it did.
Oh,
It did.
oh, I'm sorry.
It
I
did
thought
pass.
that didn't pass.
No, it did.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, it
I
passed.
rescind my motion.
I need to have our second rescinded, please.
Point of order.
Oh,
Yep.
no, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know what's going on.
No, I'm sorry. I thought
So-
that didn't pass.
She thought it didn't pass. Yep. So we're going to rescind our second. Yep.
Oh,
You want to? You
For
can
the
amend
motion.
if you'd
You
like
can
to
amend it
amend.
if you want.
no.
Okay.
All right.
No, I sorry. I counted wrong the last time. I didn't think it passed. I'm sorry. I apologize. Please accept my apologies.
You are forgiven.
Thank you. Chris
I
doesn't,
have-
Chris doesn't forgive me though.
Can I have our second rescinded?
I can't say
please?
mad at you.
Garthwaite.
Oh, I rescind.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Does anyone have any motions they'd like to propose? Councilwoman. Oh, sorry. Callahan first. We're
Yeah,
good.
sorry, everybody.
Settle down.
Whew.
All right, on page 58. Ladies and gentlemen, page 58.
58.
So just for the assessor, I know that we all got an email as well. It was adopted at 93. Requested was 113. The mayor's requesting 104. I was going to put a motion out to bring that up just $2,000 because simply the assessor's job is much more entailed than the deputies, and for a long time their salaries were almost neck and neck. And it does hold a lot more accountability in that job. So I was just simply putting a motion out to just raise it $2,000 more.
So point.
I don't know if I said
Yep,
that
point
right.
of order. Yep.
Can I read the
course.
way it should read?
Yep.
Yes, please.
All right. So line item. I'm sorry.
It's gonna be assessor. So
I don't have a line item though, Stacy. It's the first
Yeah, regular.
Want to read it
it's in
first?
the regular wages. Yeah.
under regular wages.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to read the number.
Sure.
So it's on the record. We ready?
I'm ready.
Everybody ready? Okay. Line item 1230010-51000 regular wages. Increase.
Yes, but will that go to the assessor, or does that go in a bucket?
I don't have
Anyone?
the answer for that. So specific.
If the motion is to increase the assessor's salary, the money would have to go into 51,000, the line item 51,000. So, but if the motion is to use that money to increase the assessor's salary, then that's where it would go.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
Okay, so it would be line item 1230010-51000 regular wages increased by $2,000 specifically for the position of the assessor.
And again, it was requested 113, 104 was suggested, just a simple 2,000 more. Again, another job position that we struggled to, fight to keep the best of the best. So
And
it's
we
just
need a second.
recommendation. Do you
Yes,
have
a second, please.
I'll second for discussion.
All right. Any discussion?
I have a, sorry.
Councilman. Councilwoman.
okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
first.
How does this affect, Attorney Dorsey, I guess it's for you. How does this affect, she is union, right? So, non-union? Non-union, okay, so that doesn't.
You gotta just turn your mic on.
1103 union.
Okay.
So, yes, you can budget for it, appropriate the funds, and then again, it's back to the union
Right.
and the administration.
Okay.
Yep. But the way to get this is the first step for,
Right.
for that raging. Yep.
What's that?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman Donovan.
Thank you. You might as well. Don't sit down yet. I agree. She does a great job. This job come with qualifications,
Oh yes,
and does she have all these qualifications?
exceeds them. Yeah.
Huh?
She exceeds.
She has them all?
Yeah.
I misunderstood the last time conversation that it wasn't, didn't have all the.
That she didn't have all the qualifications.
That's what I believed, and I
She
could have
did-
been wrong, so.
Certification. She's
Certification,
oh.
not qualification, sorry.
Okay. The
Certification. That's what I meant.
certification. She's-
So she qualifies for the job as we have it. In the state of Connecticut, there's different certifications for different assessors. She's a CCM1. There's a CCM1 and a CCM2. She's a CCM1. But she qualifies as an assessor, so she's
Right.
qualified
I miss,
for this.
Yeah, I said the wrong word.
Yep.
I know she's very
Thank you.
qualified. Good job. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm all set, thank you.
Councilman Tucker.
Do you guys, and this can be for anybody, do you guys use a ladder? So she's a CCM1. If she were to become a CCM2, would her pay increase as a result of achieving that ladder?
Normally, when that happens, that's written into the job description or the union contract. In this particular case, she qualifies for the job of assessor, so the salary is set once the funding is there. And again, we're saying an increase, so negotiated with the union. But if she were to move up or anything, that's not part of the overall job description, like going from one qualification to the other.
Right, so earlier we asked a question about giving a union person an additional salary, like an increase. And there was a discussion about that being an option or not. I mean, it may go, it may not go, and it's up to the union to decide. Is that true in this case as well?
Absolutely. I think any unionized position, remember, any change in job scope, salary, job description, whatever it is, it has to be negotiated between the city and the union no matter what. So we can set whatever we want in stone or anything like that from a salary or job description standpoint, whatever the case is, on the administration side. But we still have to negotiate that, and it's up to us to come to a compromise.
So in other words, you can decide what you'd like the salary to be for that person, but they could decide to accept it or
again, the council will pass the budget. If you increase, and I'm sorry, I think it's $2,000 to like 106 or 108, whatever it is. Again, we're gonna negotiate that with the union, and whatever the outcome is, again, that's between the city and the union, and
Yeah, I guess my question is, if the recommendation is to increase it by 2%, and it turns out that what we're recommending is an increase to 106. When you go into negotiations with them, might that salary change?
We try to negotiate within the limits that we have with the salary that would be approved within the city council. But you're correct; it's a negotiation.
So it could change.
It could change, but we are still bound by the rules and everything that's set forth with the approved budget. So, we try to work with the union within those rules to negotiate up to where, the council sets the budget, unless there's some mitigating circumstances that require higher or lower, whatever the case is.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that her credentials meet where we want to, give her that salary. So just want to make sure she's up to date on all of her credentials in order to meet that number.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Councilman Callahan.
I just had another question. So maybe this will clarify a lot of all of these. So when it says that the department is, requesting this budget amount, and in this case it's higher than what she's getting allocated, or anybody's, in this case, the other situation we're in, does that necessarily mean that you've already negotiated that with the
You're talking about the department request?
Yeah.
Where it says 113?
Yeah,
No, we haven't
that's not
We
negotiated.
haven't negotiated anything. You gotta remember, the department request is exactly what it sounds like, a department request.
Okay, so I wasn't
to
sure if
the
maybe you-
mayor, and it's up to the.
I
us
thought maybe you might have
to-
negotiated first
no,
to get that
nope.
number.
That's why the mayor's budget is different than
I see.
the department request.
So the 104 is just simply what the mayor is recommending, and
Correct.
I just was motioning just to more, and I'm just gonna put this out there, like, because everybody's put their little personal taste on things, and I will say, she has a great relationship only because I know I have worked there and done business. She has a fantastic relationship with the residents of West Haven, and they trust her. So I just, just thought I would ask for that. So, but thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely.
Any other discussion? All right, Stacy will read out the roll call vote. Thank you, Mike.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
I'm gonna pass.
Councilman Brian Locks,
Yes.
Councilwoman Ann Heffernan,
No.
Councilwoman Ruby Melton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali,
Yes.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
I'm gonna pass for now.
Councilman Edward McMillan,
No.
Councilwoman Dawn Callahan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
No.
Councilman Christopher Vargo,
Pass.
Councilwoman Katie Muller,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
No.
Chairman Nicholas Pascal.
No.
We'll go back to the first pass would be Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Yes.
Next pass would be Councilman Gary Donovan.
No.
Next pass would be Councilman Christopher Vargo.
No.
Motion does not pass.
It's like the World Poker Championship or something. Well, it resets the order of things, apparently.
Does anyone have any other motions they'd like to propose? Councilman Tucker.
So, initially, we had discussed the potential for adding a nursing director to the Department of Public Health. But during this deliberation and today's discussions, I realized that it might not be the best time to add that position to this budget. Number one, we want to make sure that we are able to lower the mill rate, and adding another salary, which is probably going to be a significant salary, and should be a significant salary, probably wouldn't be appropriate for this time. In addition to that, it's got to be negotiated. So based on the other examples that were given here tonight, it makes me rethink the timing again of such a position. So while I do believe that we do need a nursing director in the city of West Haven who works in the health department and oversees the nurses, and especially the nurses in all the schools, and is responsible for, setting policies and procedures and overseeing, all the factors that relate to safety in the schools. I just don't think that the time is right now, but I do think that we do need something like that soon. So for now, I'm going to forego the ask, but I just wanted to put it on the table for right now, because I think at this moment, the residents want to see the mill rate much lower, and adding to that in this moment won't help that. So for that reason, I'm going to hold off on my request.
Thank you very much. Any other motions that anyone would like to propose? Chairman Pascal.
I would like to make a motion to approve the budget as amended.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's the next meeting.
Oh, I thought.
Oh.
That's the next meeting?
I'm sorry, you're right.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep. It's okay.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, the time is now 10:26 and we are adjourned.
All right. When do we start?